first name and last name and spell them both. And then, if you don't mind, I need you to speak up in the microphone right there in front of you, so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Can you do that for me? Okay. And tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Jennifer Miller, Jennifer Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us where you most recently worked?
The Pint House
Where is that?
on Merchants, 815 Merchants Drive.
Is that here in Anderson County, or is that another county?
It's Knox County,
Okay. How long did you work at the Pint House?
about 5 years.
While you were there, did you know someone named Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Could you tell us about your interactions with Mr. Finnegan?
We had an overlap in our shifts. We worked together about 3 hours a few times a week. And he worked a lot. He was reliable, on time.
What was his job there?
He was the cook.
Okay. In the course of your work there, did you ever meet anyone named Rebecca Dishman?
No.
Did you know anybody or had seen anybody come in to the shop or the bar there that you knew was Jennifer Paxton?
Yes, she had come in and used the bathroom a couple of times.
You said she come and use the bathroom a couple times. Is she someone who would, frequent the area? You've seen her around?
I had seen her walking up and down the street, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any interaction with her?
Not really, no.
Okay. Was that something that was encouraged, to have people come in to use your bathroom?
No.
Why is that?
If you let one, they all start wanting to. There is a big homeless population around there, and it's not a public restroom.
Yeah, I was about to ask what you meant by they, but you knew her as transient and homeless there in the area. Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Finnegan about your personal lives?
Yes.
Could you tell us what he would tell you about his romantic involvements?
I knew that he had 2 girlfriends, Becky and Jenny.
Could you repeat those names, please?
I knew that he had 2 girlfriends named Becky and Jenny.
Okay. And what did he say about those individuals?
I can't think of anything specifically. I just know that we had talked about it, that they were both staying there with him, and I knew that his mom was sick. I think he might have told me that they were helping him take care of her, maybe.
Okay. Do you remember if this was like before or after COVID, or what time frame do you recall this being in?
Before.
Okay. Did y'all regularly talk about people he was dating, people others were dating?
Yes.
Is that normal conversation there in the bar with employees?
Yes.
So did you follow up with him about having multiple girlfriends?
I did. We kind of would joke about it, or I would. I would joke about him having 2 girlfriends.
And so did that situation stay the same?
He told me at one point that Jenny had to go.
Did you follow up on any questions about that?
No.
Okay. And about when was it that, if you recall, that he made that statement that Jenny has to go?
I don't really recall.
Okay. How would you characterize sort of the nature of the Pint House? What is the, I guess, atmosphere like?
It's a dive bar, mostly regulars. You can smoke in there. Everybody gets pretty intoxicated. I mean, it is a bar. It's open very late. Everybody kind of knows everybody type of thing.
Rowdy cheers?
Yeah. Yes.
What kind of security did you have there?
At the time, just people that we hired, just regular security guards.
Any protection available to people working the bar or kitchen staff? Anything used to get patrons' attention?
We usually just had one security guard that would walk around and stay with us until after close. They would come in late at night and stay with us until after close.
Things were getting too rowdy at the bar. Some people were getting unruly. Was there anything that employees could do to get their attention?
We would hit the bar with a baseball bat
Okay.
to make a loud noise and get their attention.
Where was that bat kept?
Behind the opening of the bar, just right behind where you could reach around and grab it.
Accessible to any employee?
Mhm.
To your knowledge, from the last shift you had, is that bat still there?
No.
When did you notice it wasn't there?
I don't know when we noticed. I'm not really sure.
Do you remember if it was before or after COVID as a marker?
Before.
Okay. Did it ever turn back up?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge of what happened to the bat?
No.
Okay. You indicated that Mr. Finnegan was a cook.
Yes.
Not just unique to him, but any cooks. Is there some unique thing that they all have a preference for?
Their knives and utensils.
And is that something that he, like other chefs, had a preference for?
Yes.
So could you tell us about your observations of him with knives?
I know that he had his own that he brought. Is there anything more specific?
Just your knowledge of it. Was it a good knife?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, as much as I know about knives.
Was it reputation among the staff of being quality?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize Mr. Finnegan that you worked with here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point him out to the court? May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. It's not, most cooks and chefs have knives,
Mhm.
right? You worked in restaurants for a while now.
Yes.
Right. Ever seen a chef that didn't have knives?
No.
No. Have you worked in other bars?
Restaurants, not bars.
Restaurants?
Yeah.
Okay. This was probably a rowdy place then compared to some of the other places you worked.
Yes.
Late nights, right?
Mhm.
Open till 3, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you work there, you might stay a little bit past 3,
Yes.
right? Because you'd have to clean up and shift drinks,
Yes.
stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
And folks that work in restaurants, I worked in restaurants a long time ago. It's a late night kind of lifestyle. Would you agree?
Yes.
Maybe different than the people who work during the day, right?
Yes.
Because you're usually working when other people are eating or resting, right?
Right.
And so a lot of activity happens after midnight for folks who hang around those type of bars, and drinking and smoking and sometimes drugs are pretty common,
Yes.
right? Smoking marijuana is pretty common
Yes.
amongst restaurant employees generally, right? Your experience with Sean is that he was reliable, he was on time, he always showed up for work, he worked all the time.
Yes.
And his shift would be early afternoon till wee hours of the morning, right?
Yes. He came in at 5 p.m.
Okay, so almost a 12-hour shift sometimes, right? 10 to 12-hour shift. So
Yes.
I imagine he was sometimes there till maybe 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. Christmas time, around Christmas time is a really busy time for restaurants, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, it's the busiest time of the year for restaurants, right?
Yes.
And so anybody that can work usually has to work in those places, right?
Yes.
So that week between Christmas and New Year's, one of the busiest weeks of the year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so Sean probably was working the whole time, probably every day.
Probably.
And you were, y'all were probably open on Christmas,
Yes.
and you were probably open on Christmas Eve,
Yes.
and you were probably open the day after Christmas.
Yeah.
And the next day, you're open all the time, right?
Yes.
And he worked just about every day.
Yes.
And if it was the week between Christmas and New Year's, he probably was working every day.
Yes.
Objection. Probably needs to be foundation if she knows what his shift was during that week. I mean, there's.
All overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, because you testified that you knew what shift you worked, right?
Right.
And you know what shift you worked.
Right.
And your testimony is that that week, just about everybody was probably working every day, right?
Probably.
Okay, and since he was a lone cook, he would have been working every day. Okay. That's it, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to stay in the corner. We're free to go. Who's next?
Call Lieutenant Mansfield.
Sir, if you'll step up here with me, please. If you'll raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'd state both your first name and last name and spell them both.
My name is Robert Mansfield, ROBERT
Thanks, sir. If you'll be sure and speak in the microphone, that'll help everybody hear. So questions, General?
Mr. Mansfield, where are you employed?
Anderson County Sheriff's Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the patrol lieutenant,
And how long have you been a patrol lieutenant with the Anderson County?
creeping up on 8 years now.
Okay. And so obviously you were the patrol lieutenant back in 2019,
Yes, sir.
2020,
Yes, sir.
during COVID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to that specifically, were you on duty August the 5th of 2020
Yes, sir, I was.
as a patrol lieutenant
Yes, sir.
in a full marked patrol car and full uniform like you are today?
No, sir, my patrol car wasn't marked.
Okay. So as a lieutenant, you ride in an unmarked car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you receive a call for service that day that brought you here to the Jolly building?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What was the nature of the call? First off, how did you get the call, and what was the nature of the call that brought you to Jolly building?
I was contacted via radio about a young lady who had shown up to our office building, the parking lot of our office building, to report a series of crimes. And the officer who she was speaking with felt that the crimes were serious enough to warrant a supervisor to respond.
Okay, and that would be you, the
Yes, sir.
supervisor? And did you in fact respond to the Jolly building?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you encounter there at the Jolly building?
When I arrived on scene, I met with a Miss Rebecca Dishman.
And what did you do next as a result of your meeting there at the Jolly building with Miss Dishman?
I approached Miss Dishman and asked her if I introduced myself and asked her how I could help.
Okay. And did you discuss anything with her at that point, or did you transport her somewhere else?
Miss Dishman started to tell me the story about how.
What do you say?
With the effect on the listener, Judge, that she's going to tell him about a crime that occurred in a different jurisdiction.
I'll sustain the objection. You can tell me what he did.
Based on what she said to you, did you respond in a certain way, based on what she said to you there at the Jolly building?
Yes, sir. Based on her statements to me, I offered to transport her in my vehicle to Oak Ridge Police Department
Okay.
to report these incidents.
All right, and did you do any radio traffic, or did you tell anybody that that's what you were doing, or warn anybody at the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did. I contacted our dispatch via radio, let them know I'd be providing a courtesy ride for Miss Dishman. And then I got on my telephone and contacted Oak Ridge, asking to speak to the on-duty supervisor.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and did you in fact transport Ms. Dishman to the Oak Ridge Police Department as you're testifying to? Did you actually bring her there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How long of a ride is that?
At that time of day, it couldn't have taken more than 20 minutes.
Okay. Did Ms. Dishman and you discuss what the nature of the complaint was?
Yes, sir. I didn't question Ms. Dishman specifically about any incidents. I simply asked if she was okay, if she needed any sort of assistance, medical assistance, anything like that if she was injured. Ms. Dishman did continually talk to me, unprompted, but telling me about her experiences.
Okay. And without telling us what she said, she did tell you the nature of the reason why you're bringing her to the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, she did.
Okay. And who did you deliver to her to at the Oak Ridge Police Department?
The exact name of the officer, there were several officers on scene. The exact names I actually don't recall.
Okay.
I simply delivered her to the scene, and that pretty much ended my involvement in the incident.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to observe her demeanor? What was she like? Tell the jury.
At the time I made contact with her, she was very solemn, very serious. She seemed to be rational. She wasn't speaking in a hurried manner. She was really anxious to tell me her story, tell me her experiences.
Okay, and once you got her to the Oak Ridge PD, did you stick around, or were you asked to stick around?
I did stay around just in case I was needed for anything else.
Okay, and what was it that you thought you might be needed for?
If after they interviewed Miss Dishman, they wanted to ask me if her story was different somehow, I could provide that information.
And did you in fact conference with other officers without saying what they said? Did you do that after Ms. Dishman arrived and was questioned at the PD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Questions?
When you met with Ms. Dishman, she was calm and collected and wanted to tell you her story,
Yes, sir.
and she was rational,
Seemed to be.
and she was presenting as a victim,
Yes, sir.
and you all treated her as a victim like you're supposed to when someone comes in and treats and presents as a victim.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so you took her to be interviewed by detectives based on the fact that she presented herself as a victim.
Yes, sir.
And without you asking questions, she was continuously trying to tell you what happened to her.
As soon as I established that this wasn't going to be investigated by our agency, but Oak Ridge, yes, sir, I didn't ask any pointed questions about the incident. I simply asked about her well-being.
Okay, but she wanted to tell you about it.
Yes, sir. She wanted to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
He just asked you if that she presented herself as a victim. Did she ever say that she was a victim, or was she telling you what happened?
She never described herself to me as a victim. She simply was telling me about crimes she knew the details about. I said she did present as a victim. She also could have been presenting as a witness. I wasn't clear at the time.
Okay.
Any recross?
Right. At the time, you didn't consider her a suspect.
No, sir.
And when she came in, she basically said she told you she was fearful or something and presented as a victim.
That's the atmosphere that was present at the scene.
Okay. Thank you.
Any recross? Redirect. Thanks, sir. Step down. Free stand department, free to go. Who's next?
Roy Hines?
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. And counsel, if any of these witnesses have photographs you want to introduce, that we may have to have a jury out here before we do those photographs.
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, if you'll step up here, please. If you'll raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat.
Thank you.
If you could state your first name and last name and spell them both, please.
Yes, first name is Roy, R-O-Y. Last name is Hines, H-E-I-N-Z.
And if you'll be sure and speak up in the microphone, everybody can hear you. All right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Questions, General?
Mr. Hines, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Oak Ridge Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with the City of Oak Ridge?
approximately 16 years.
In what capacity?
I currently serve as lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, and is that a separate division from your patrol division of the Oak Ridge PD?
It is.
Okay.
There's patrol and there's CID.
And how long have you been lieutenant over CID?
Approximately, let's say 5 years.
Okay, just briefly, if you could describe what kinds of things do you investigate in CID?
Certainly. The Oak Ridge Police Department, we investigate everything from minor property crimes all the way up to major crimes, crimes against individuals, crimes against government facilities, etc. We investigate everything. We don't have separate divisions, say for robbery or burglary, etc. Our department, we just have a single criminal investigations division that handles everything.
And you're the supervisor over that
I
unit? Do you have another supervisor junior to you, or a sergeant, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Our hierarchy is lieutenant over criminal investigations, and then a sergeant over criminal investigations.
And then the actual detectives that
That is correct.
run the CID? Okay. And with regard to you being on duty for assignment, were you on duty on August the 5th of 2020?
I was already off duty at that time, but had been called back. Basically, with investigations, we're on call 24 hours a day.
So you're never off duty?
That is correct.
Using that word is not appropriate with you,
That
right?
would be appropriate.
Okay. So on August 5th of 2020, were you called in? What was the nature of the call? Were you called in on August 5th of 2020 to come back to the building to conduct an investigation?
Yes, I was called back in.
And what was the nature of the investigation that you, as you understood it?
I was advised that it was an evolving situation, that there was an allegation that a female had been abducted, beaten, raped, tortured, murdered, and her remains were being held within a residence within the city of Oak Ridge.
Had you, at this point, when you responded back to the building, had your agency been in the house?
No, they had not.
Where the suspected activity was going to be?
They had not been in the house.
What is it that you were required to do as a police officer before you go in somebody's house?
We would be required to obtain a search warrant.
Okay. And so when you responded back to the building, who, as far as the components of the investigation as it was unfolding as you knew it, was there anybody at the building when you arrived there that was part of the investigation in terms of witnesses?
In terms of witnesses, at 318, that address?
No, back at the police department.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your first response in this case was to respond to the police department?
Correct.
Over on Tulane?
Correct.
Okay. And when you respond to Tulane, has anybody been made available to the Oak Ridge Police Department in terms of witnesses of what's going on over on Fairview?
Yes, there were Officer Jerry Parker, Officer Andre Thompson, and then as related to me, there was an individual by the name of Rebecca Dishman who wanted to come forward with information.
Okay, so Dishman had already arrived when you arrived?
She was already there.
Okay. And what is the protocol? What were you guys going to do once this information obviously is developing? What are you going to do with Ms. Dishman?
Would like the opportunity to interview her.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
Tell the members of the jury, when you're interviewing Rebecca Dishman, what is the purpose of what kind of information you're getting from this interview?
Certainly. First, we would like to make sure that what we're obtaining is in fact factual. then we would like to start asking questions to build on facts, to secure facts, so that we could establish probable cause in order to get a search warrant to enter into that house. We'd also like to discuss victimology, where we get to know all the involved parties, specifically the individual who was reported missing and whose remains may have been in the home.
So a lot of moving parts, is that fair to say?
A lot, yes, sir.
And so, the role that you played, obviously, when you got there to the police department, had anybody started the process of getting information from Dishman at that point when you arrived?
They had.
Okay, and who was that?
That was Officer Jerry Parker.
Okay. And was he assisted with by anybody?
He had a recruit at the time, Andre Thompson.
Okay. But at some point, though, you as lieutenant over CID, do you also personally go and try and get information with regard to that, the issue of getting a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where does that all happen?
This all happened in the interview room at the Oak Ridge Police Department.
And when Miss Dishman was brought there to the interview room, is that taped?
It is, audio and video.
And so when you arrive and do you in fact talk to Miss Dishman?
Well, I talked to Officer Parker first. After confirming that Ms. Dishman had been advised of her Miranda rights, then we entered in, myself and then Sergeant Moore entered into the room to begin conversation with Ms. Dishman.
Okay. And do you converse with her?
I did.
And does she tell you facts without telling us what she said? Does she tell you facts that you used to put together a search warrant?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And the bulk of that interview lasted how long?
Say between 35 and 40 minutes.
Okay. And that's on the clock on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to your goals for what she's giving in that interview, your goals were to establish what you previously testified to, and did you in fact do that, obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did
Okay.
obtain a search warrant ultimately.
How detailed were you getting in your questioning with her about specifics as opposed to things that wouldn't be necessary for your search warrant?
Some level of detail is required. There were questions that were asked as it related to things that would be of evidentiary value in the scene to give us a better understanding of the crime scene and what we were going into. Also, again, victimology, wanting to know more about the unidentified individual. What were some distinguishing features, scars, marks, tattoos, etc.? So those were all questions, very specific questions that were asked in order to further investigate, give us a better understanding.
Okay. So enough detail to know what you're looking for when you get there?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know when that actually occurred and who the search warrant was actually issued to in your chain of command?
Yes, then Sergeant, he's been promoted, but then Sergeant Moore, he was the one who actually authored and received the search warrant.
Okay. And was he a sergeant in the CID at that time?
He was.
Okay.
Yes.
In your command, in your chain of command?
Yes, sir.
Someone who reported to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when that search warrant was issued?
It would have been the wee hours, excuse me, the morning of August 6th, as we continued the investigation and went past midnight.
Okay. And at this point, obviously, the Oak Ridge Police Department, if you obtain a search warrant, you're going to go into a residence at this point. Do you have to take any special precautions when you're going to do that?
Because of the nature of this this situation, the Oak Ridge Police Department SWAT team was activated for the safety of everyone involved.
Okay. Lieutenant Hines, you participated in the execution of that search warrant?
I did.
And where was the residence?
I'm sorry,
At what address was the residence?
318 East Fairview.
And whose
Oak Ridge.
residence was that?
It was the residence of Mr. Sean Finnegan.
And what were you looking for?
Evidence is related to the search warrant as detailed in the search warrant, and those evidentiary pieces that were discovered during my conversation with Ms. Dishman.
And what part of that team did you play? You said that the SWAT team was employed to execute that search warrant. Do you play a role in that as well?
I did. In that case, I simply just drove the armored response vehicle to deploy the team. I pulled up to a point where the team exited the vehicle and then entered into the home.
Okay, so you never entered the home?
Not at that part.
At the initial entry?
Correct.
Did you enter the home after you found what you were looking for?
I did. I transitioned from my role on the SWAT team to my role back to CID, and then I entered into the home.
Just turning your attention back to you said roughly 35 to 40 minutes you spent with Ms. Dishman. So what was her demeanor like, her affect, her persona? Describe her if you would, please.
She was calm, open to conversation in her body language and her words, but I noted that she was generally emotionally flat in her response.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
And so the investigation initiated by Ms. Dishman coming in and reporting these things.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were called in to interview because you're the investigator, basically, right?
Basically.
And so when you came in with the facts that were given to you, and these are pretty outrageous kind of claims when she first comes in, so I'm sure there were efforts to make sure that this was a legitimate claim, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And the point of an interview, when you're interviewing someone, because I would think at that point you're starting to think that, well, maybe she knows a little bit of something, and you're starting to dig, right?
Yes, sir.
And the goal of an interrogation like that is to get as much detail as you possibly can, right?
In this case, it was detail regarding establishing probable cause for a search warrant to support the allegations that were being made, to support or refute the allegations that were being made.
Okay. But you wouldn't want her to get out of there without getting all the information you possibly could, because she could lawyer up and you may never talk to her again, right?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, that when you're interviewing someone, you don't assume you're going to get a second bite at the apple. Like when you're interviewing someone involved in a criminal activity, you generally try to get everything you can in one interview because you never know if you're going to be able to talk to them again. Is that right?
I would not agree with that.
Okay.
I would not agree with
So
that.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
I was just going to say that the focus at that point was to determine if we in fact had a crime. We can attempt to come back to the interview of the individual and get more detail at that time, but the most important part was the preservation of evidence, the recovery of the deceased, and just determining whether it was in fact a legitimate allegation or not.
Okay. And because at that point she was not being treated as a suspect.
She was Mirandized,
Right.
but other than that, no.
Okay,
We
so-
let her talk.
And she spoke freely.
She did.
And you guys spoke for a little while, and I think she had spoken for an hour or two maybe with the officers before you got there, or a little while.
She had spoke for a little while.
Okay. And you said her affect was just kind of flat, right?
Yes,
Calm,
correct.
not really hyper emotional or anything like that during the interview.
Not at all.
And she was talking about fairly disgusting things. Some of the stuff we're talking about, a body in a freezer and those sort of things, right?
There were things that said that were in fact disturbing, yes.
But she was flat through the whole thing.
She was.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one second. I think that's it.
Can you read it, Rick?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. You can step down. You're free to stand in court. Ready to go.
Thank you.
Who's next?
State calls Larry Dowdell.
Okay, thank you. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. If you raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat there, if you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, please, sir.
I'm Larry Dowdell. It's Larry, last name Dowdell.
Thank you. If you'll be sure and speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me what agency you work for?
I work for the Oak Ridge Police Department,
How long have you been with ORPD?
6 years,
What's your current sort of title or rank there?
patrol officer.
And could you explain to the jury what your duties are as a patrol officer?
Just make sure that the community is safe and answer calls for service.
Were you on duty in that capacity as a patrol officer on August 5th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe the events of that day that brought you into court today?
Yes, I responded to 302 Florida Avenue for a disturbance call with Mr. Peacock and allegedly Mr. Finnegan over there.
Could you describe the nature of that call?
Mr. Finnegan had approached Peacock and confronted him about his wife, Mahogany, taking her to a shelter.
So you get dispatched. That's
Yes, ma'am.
the nature of the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you arrive at Florida Avenue, you said?
Yes, ma'am, 302.
All right. What happens when you arrive at 302 Florida?
So I park my patrol vehicle and I turn on our camera system. I park on the on-street parking, and then I approach 302 where I spoke with Mr. Peacock.
Could you describe your observations about this scene when you arrived?
So Mr. Finnegan was on the side of the street, and as I approached Mr. Peacock, I had Mr. Finnegan stay over there so I could address him after I talked to the complainant.
Could you describe, first of all, Mr. Peacock's demeanor?
Mr. Peacock, he was calm. He explained to me the whole situation, and then after that, I spoke with Mr. Finnegan.
And how would you describe Mr. Finnegan's demeanor?
He was calm. He was non-confrontational, and he spoke to me with respect and everything.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have your patrol car video.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe the positioning of the cameras in your patrol car?
So the way our camera system is, it's we have one that's pointed in the dash, looking out the windshield, and then one pointing towards the prisoner cage. So we don't have any body-worn cameras, but we do have audio.
Okay, so no body-worn cameras.
No, ma'am.
But you have audio. Is that like a lapel mic or something?
Yes,
That you
ma'am.
have on. So in this case, have you reviewed what was captured on your audio-visual system?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the interaction visually caught between you and Mr. Pico and Mr. Finnegan?
No, ma'am.
Was the audio captured?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did it accurately reflect, to the extent that audiovisual equipment can,
Yes, ma'am.
the encounter?
Yes.
So in your conversations with Mr. Finnegan, you described him as calm. What was his characterization of what was happening?
So he was obviously upset because his girlfriend was being transported to a shelter, and just didn't want everybody in his business, from what he stated. And that was it on the whole disturbance portion.
Did you inquire at any point, based on information you had received, about anything unusual that might be in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes, so Mr. Peacock had made a statement that there may be a body inside the residence in a freezer. And then when I asked Mr. Finnegan, he said, there ain't no body, and that's bullshit.
Okay. Your Honor, please, state ask permission to play the video at this point, or the audio portion of the video.
The defense has heard this before? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
name of the state of the county. This is all better. This is my wife going to do that.
Is that Mr. Pico's voice that we hear at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Continue, please.
My wife took that into this place. Well, they're not here. No, they're not here. They're on their way to Anderson County home now. Police force wants to talk to her. So, what's the thing about a body in the freezer? Yeah, this our guy? Yeah. That's not like that. I guess. Question, call anybody. I was there one time. Nothing to do with
Can you pause just a second? Is what's going on here? Is this interaction with both of the individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
I have no idea. I don't think I'm from Chicago. You don't talk to your damn neighbors. You don't need to cut involved with people. Motherfuckers murder your whole damn family. And kill the cops that come to investigate. I don't give a fuck about it. Okay? You know? Alright. Are you gonna try that on that? Being drawn into it. Not my business. Stay out of it. I would rather stay out of it. I'm here while you're fucking involved in it in the first fucking place. What's the contact phone? It's 653-7950. He told me he's going to make my life miserable. I don't take money for that. Like I said, I ain't going. We dealt with shit way too much. I live in a place where cops didn't show up until after the ambulance is bodied up.
This still interaction with Mr. Pico? This still interaction with Mr. Pico?
Yes, Mr. Pico.
Okay.
My wife's a fucking bleeding heart and want to help everybody. Alright? The officer, I think that's why we got married. Love her to death, she keeps me straight. And she took off with his girlfriend to take her to a shelter. And now he's telling me that he will make my life miserable. And we lost our friendship. I left it at that. I told him I didn't want to get involved. I told him I had nothing to fucking do with this shit. And he said, I can understand he's mad and going off. This too. I don't want nothing to fucking do with it. I got kids. I come down here to stay away from that shit. What is your last name? Mahogany? Yeah, she just, we have got to change together. Name, Pet, H-E-C-K. You know, like an hour. What time is it now? 6:52, so I'd say 5:30. Yeah, 5:30. He come home, knocked on the door, asked what was going on, where he took Becca. I told him he didn't take her anywhere, he was here. Mahogany took her off to the shelter. And then he proceeded to yell and scream at me, and I don't want to reverse the way I used to do. To get your No, Becca. Yeah, I don't know her last name. Yeah, I guess that's because she talks a little 20 of the WVLT, and they covered this area. I don't know why they told her to go up there, but she was pulled up there. And they were waiting for her. She said she'd be there at 6. Yeah, I don't even know if people always said it. Alright, so pretty much, you don't know anything about doing. I don't know anything about what's going on there. I don't want threats coming from him towards me. I have kids here. I've never had an issue with this man till today.
Just because it has a bit of a background noise there. Was that you saying, let's go around the corner and talk about this?
Yes,
Who are you talking to?
Mr. Finnegan.
Okay, so this will start your interaction directly with Mr. Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Not them talking over
Yes,
each other?
ma'am.
Okay.
Well, you guys don't need anybody? So I got two guys on the boyfriend, and they experienced a conversation that got involved in my life. You know what I'm saying? You don't get involved with people's life. There was another female that was out here when I passed through front of my neighbor. I knew you were coming. I seen you pull around. I'm just upset that they got involved in my life. Sure. What? Go back and listen. Yeah, she's not all there. She's mentally slow, how to take care of her.
Could you describe to us what Mr. Finnegan said in regard to Ms. Dishman?
That she wasn't all there.
Okay.
Not all there. I didn't mean to cause a scene, but I gotta set up. I get it. I don't think good between home and lady up and they got the new nation and call me. You're not wrong. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing. She said she was taking it for something, but I think that's bullshit. She's got it for herself. Over here, to this side? Yeah. And you, right in front of that document, so I see, you know what's going on there. Yeah.
I'll go back just a second. When you're discussing with him about whether they took her to a shelter, how does he respond to that? What does he say that he thinks that is?
He thinks that there's something else going on. That's bullshit.
Thank you.
You would tell me at first, I said, "Oh, what the fuck is going on? Where'd the girl take my girl?" We got down, and he was like, "Well, you know, she said she wanted to go, so my hobby took her to a shelter." I said, "You know, listen, you shouldn't have fucking got involved in my life, man. Alright?" I said, "You should have stayed the fuck out of it. You should have called me and fucking had me to deal with it, not you." And I was pissed. I said, "Come on, I'll fight you to the yard. We got kind of copy, I got kind of copy, but we both went our separate ways." No, friends, that's main thing. Alright, so what's this about a body? There ain't no problem. bullshit. That's all bullshit.
Can we pause that? Could you describe what just happened?
Yes, when I asked Mr. Finnegan about the body in the freezer, he said, there ain't no body. That's bullshit.
Can you tell us what's just happened?
So after discussing with Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Pico, just gave him advice to keep their distance, and myself and my backup officer about our way.
Did you go in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask to go in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you call back to dispatch and say you cleared the neighbor dispute and went to your next call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move this in as the next state's numbered exhibit. I believe that's 16.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's correct.
And do you see Mr. Finnegan that you spoke with that day in the court today?
I do.
Could you point him out to us? Tell us what he's wearing.
Right there, he's wearing a blue shirt and some gray slacks.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
He has.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, please.
Briefly, Judge. Whenever you got to the scene and you were talking to Mr. Pico there, I didn't hear him tell you that Mr. Finnegan threatened to kill him. He didn't say that, did he?
Did Mr. Finnegan say that?
No. Did Mr. Pico tell you that Mr. Finnegan threatened to kill him?
No, he did not
He
tell me
did not.
that.
He said that his friendship was over, right?
Yes.
So if Mr. Pico testified that he threatened to kill him, he didn't tell you that? He didn't tell you that?
No.
Okay. And you responded to the call after, as soon as it came in, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
But Mr. Pico did say he's threatening me. I've got kids over here, and he's making these threats.
Right, but he did not elaborate.
He didn't elaborate on what that threat was.
Right.
And Mr. Finnegan told you that he was going to fight Mr. Pico.
Yes.
Okay.
And then recross.
Noted.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Step down. Free to stand in the court, free to go. Thank you. Who's next?
This will be Brian Uke, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have a seat right there, if you'll state your full name, first name and last name, spell them both for me.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Yook, Y-O-O-K.
And if you'll be sure to speak up to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state what agency you work for, what your job duties are?
Yes, I am employed by the Oak Ridge Police Department. I'm currently a sergeant over our drug unit. I'm also further assigned as the director of the 7th Judicial Crime Task Force.
Could you describe what the Crime Task Force is?
Yeah, we're a task force made up of members from all the law enforcement agencies within Anderson County, and we investigate drug and violent crimes.
As part of that, do you get, are you on call?
Yes.
What kind of calls do you respond to?
Typically, your larger scale drug investigations, violent crimes, We also do a lot of assistance to the other agencies if they have a major incident or major investigation. We'll assist them with that investigation.
And what time do those kind of calls come in?
Anytime.
Anytime. So were you on call and working in that capacity back in August of 2020?
Yes, at that time I was the deputy director of the task force.
So as the deputy director of the task force, were you notified of an incident on August 5th, 2020?
Yes.
Could you describe the nature of the notification you received?
I received a phone call from Simon Byrne, who was the director of the task force at the time, relaying information about a possible homicide, and that the report had come through the sheriff's department, but the person reporting it was then being transferred to the Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what were you asked to do in terms of worker assistance on this case?
So my reaction to the information I received was to contact several other task force members and ask them to go to the area of 318 East Fairview Road in Oak Ridge to set up surveillance. I also contacted Lieutenant Pitts at the Oak Ridge Police Department, who was the lieutenant over the patrol shift at that time, explained the situation to him, asked if he could have a marked patrol car move into the area and be visible in front of that residence until myself and my other team members were on scene. And I also contacted Sergeant Moore, who was a sergeant over Oak Ridge's Criminal Investigations Division at the time, to relay the information to him, knowing that it would be a case that the Criminal Investigations Division would investigate.
So in terms of you having a marked unit there, is that in contrast to the type of vehicles that your squad would be in the CTF?
Yes, we, the majority of the time we operate in a covert manner, so we drive regular everyday vehicles that, looking at them, you can't tell that they're law enforcement vehicles. We typically dress in plain clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. A lot of our job is not what you would call undercover, but being covert. It's just blending in. You don't draw attention to yourself. And in that capacity, we're able to do things like surveillance. We can sit and watch houses a lot of times without being noticed.
So is that what you did on that night?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the time that you had your group assembled and took over sort of that surveillance from the marked patrol unit?
Sure. This all started approximately 7:30 or so that evening. That's not the exact time, but sometime in that time frame. There again, our group, we're used to being called out, can get out there pretty quickly. So I believe I got on scene within approximately 30 minutes or so, give or take. And the rest of the members of our team shortly thereafter. We just set up in different areas to basically set up a perimeter where we could either watch the residence itself or, like I said, a perimeter. You may be on the opposite side where you can't see it, but you would be able to do things like if anybody came out that opposite side between houses, you could see that. Or you can maneuver, say, I'm in a position where I think, hey, this person may notice I'm sitting here. I may need to leave the area, and somebody that hasn't been visible move in.
So you're in communication with each other, keeping eyes out from various distances.
Correct.
Is that fair to say? Did you notice anything and observe and have communication about Mr. Finnegan, or at this point, the suspect's house and his whereabouts?
Yes, during the time that we were out there watching, a large part of the time he was outside of the residence, standing there smoking, kind of appeared like he was looking around, but just kind of hanging out.
Was he only there hanging out at the residence during the time period between your surveillance and the eventual execution of the search warrant?
Yes, at one point, he did leave. He came out, got in his vehicle. We were able to follow him as he left. He went to a Rocky Top Market gas station there in the middle of Oak Ridge, Rutgers Avenue, Turnpike. He went in the store, made the purchase, came out, and drove back to the residence.
And he was under observation that entire time?
Yes.
So he gets back to the residence. How long approximately do you believe that surveillance continues from the CTF?
There again, I don't remember the exact times, but it was until 3 or 4 in the morning, I believe, when the search warrant was executed. But we were there on scene until that search warrant was executed, conducting surveillance.
And so that was the CTF's job, and your job there was the surveillance portion. Did you participate in the search of the home or
Yes,
activities beyond that? And it was that along with other officers, Detective Moore, Sergeant Moore, Craig, forensics, those people?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I pass this witness, Judge.
Cross-examination.
So your job in this investigation was just that surveillance part?
In the beginning, prior to the search warrant being executed, yes.
Okay. During that surveillance part, you watched him and he smoked some cigarettes and he went to the store and he came home?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Just very quickly follow up. You were only surveilling him outside of the home, correct?
Correct. There was no way to see inside of the home.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You recross. Thanks, sir. You step
Yes, sir.
down.
Thank you.
Please stand corporal free to go. Who's next?
Moore.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you'll sit right there. If you'll state both your first name and last and spell them both for me, please.
My name is Allan Marvell Moore. First name is Allan, A-L-L-E-N. Last name Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
And if you'll speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you, please, sir. Question, General?
Mr. Moore, where are you employed?
Oak Ridge Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a lieutenant right now, but at the time I was a detective sergeant.
Okay, so you're lieutenant on patrol now?
Yes, sir.
But at the time, you were a detective sergeant in what part of the organization?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, and who was your immediate supervisor?
Lieutenant Roy Hines.
Who we've heard from today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And like Lieutenant Hines, you as being a detective sergeant, are you on duty or do you pretty much have to work whenever duty calls?
I pretty much work when duty calls.
Okay. And so with regard to that, were you called for service on August the 5th of 2020 for a call that had come in for service from the Anderson County Sheriff's Office transporting an individual to the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you arrived at the police department?
No, sir, not actually. I know that I got a call from my Lieutenant Hines at 8:04.
Okay. And so at some point, though, where do you go as responding to that call?
I go to the Oak Ridge Police Department.
Okay. And do you speak with people there?
Yes, I did.
Was there a member of the Anderson County Sheriff's Office there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
I spoke to him briefly, yes, sir, outside on the sidewalk in front of the police department.
Okay. But at some point, your investigation turns to needing information from a particular individual there at the police department?
Yes, sir.
What was her name?
Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. And where was Miss Dishman inside the police department?
She was in the interview room that's inside the police department. It's the main interview room
Okay.
that is used to record interviews.
That you use regularly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you in fact enter that room with another police officer, or did you go in there by yourself?
I went in there with Lieutenant Hines.
Okay. And is that standard?
Yes, sir.
And did you Mirandize the person in the room?
Yes. I advised Ms. Dishman that she was still under Miranda.
Okay. And did you discuss with Ms. Dishman the nature of her complaint?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose that you were in the room at that point, based on your understanding of the investigation? What kind of information were you trying to get from Ms. Dishman?
I was trying to get information on the whereabouts of a corpse, deceased body.
Okay. And that's basically the nature of the complaint, why you were even there talking to her? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you have an address, a target address, or where that was supposed to be?
Yes, sir, that was 318 East Fairview Road,
And
Oak
that's
Ridge.
in City of Oak Ridge?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Anderson County, Tennessee?
Anderson County, Tennessee.
And did you, how long of an opportunity did you have to speak with Ms. Dishman?
I say the total was about 36 minutes.
And with regard to that, the instrument that you're trying to get to prepare, what do we call that in your investigation?
Search warrant.
Okay. Because to enter a person's house, is that an instrument that you have to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've prepared those in the past?
Yes, sir.
And that's what your goal was for this interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get the information that you needed based on your interview with Ms. Dishman?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a search warrant is issued, who is it issued by?
That is issued by a judge.
Okay. And a search warrant is issued pursuant to rules and procedures and has to be issued to a particular person, right?
Yes, sir.
And who was this search warrant issued to?
Mr. Sean Finnegan.
Okay. And who was the person going to be executing that warrant?
I was the affiant on the search warrant.
Okay. So you had to swear out an affidavit and the judge gave you authorization to go search something?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And that's based on what Ms. Dishman told you?
Yes, sir.
And when you conduct a search warrant, you don't go there by yourself, right?
No, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what you did to assemble before you when you got your search warrant by a judge to the house.
At such time when it was we assembled the SWAT team to make entry on the house, just basically because of the risk and once we done that at that morning, at August 6th, around about 4:26, we executed that search warrant.
Okay, and you said the SWAT team. We've heard the jury's heard, I'm sure, that word before. Just tell us briefly what that is.
It's a team made up of guys that are trained in special weapons and tactics. High-risk search warrants such as violent crimes, as drug search warrants, and we execute those type of high risk.
Okay. So you're being assisted by the SWAT team. Are there other people that are going to be in there helping you as well?
Yes, the rest of the CID team, which are the Criminal Investigations Division. We had at that time approximately about 3 or 4. We also had the CTF also assisting us as well.
Okay. approximately, just tell the jury, approximately how many people on the SWAT team were there assembling for the entry into this house?
Anywhere from 7 to 10. I did not participate with the SWAT team. Although I am a member, I was not present. I didn't hit the house with the SWAT team.
But the warrant is issued to you to conduct the actual search. What is the function of the SWAT team before you entered the house to do the search? What are they there to do?
They are there to enter the house, secure all parties that are inside the house, and make it safe for the CID division to come in and search.
And once they make it safe, then you get to go in?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And did you mention a time? I'm sorry if you did. What time you all got there to?
Approximately 4:26 when search warrant. 4:26.
4:26 a.m.
Yes, sir. On the next day, which would have been August 6th.
Okay, and so the SWAT team goes in. Where are you when the SWAT team actually enters to clear the residence?
I'm standing outside the residence in front of the residence.
And this is the address of the SWAT team that you're going into?
Yes, sir.
What address is that?
318 East Fairview Road.
And who is inside the residence that needs to be cleared out of the residence when you actually make entry at 426?
The defendant, Sean Finnegan, and his mother, Frances Finnegan.
What is done with Mr. Finnegan when SWAT enters?
They detained him downstairs. Him and his mother. Once the place was rendered safe, I went inside and explained the reason why we were there, and also gave him a copy of the search warrant.
Okay, when you told the jury they make it safe, what does that mean?
Make it safe is just making sure there's no other persons inside the inside the residence. They bring them downstairs, make it safe, detain those individuals, and advise that there's no more parties in there. There's no more danger to us that's coming in to search the place.
So when you enter the residence, where's the defendant, Mr. Finnegan?
Mr. Finnegan's downstairs, standing in front of the couch in the living room with his mother.
Okay. And do you have officers assigned to holding him there? Or?
Yes, sir. There was several officers there standing with him.
I'm sorry.
There were several officers standing down there with him.
Do you converse with him before you start conducting your search?
Yes, sir, I did. I advised him the reason why we were there, and I provided him a copy of the search warrant.
And so what did you tell him you were there for?
I told him I was there to look for the body or deceased person.
Okay. And what did he say? How did he respond to that?
Actually, I asked him, I said, well, why would anybody make the accusation that there's a dead body in here? And he told me that he didn't understand why somebody would make that comment.
Had no idea what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how do you conduct the search of the residence?
We conduct the search downstairs. We started downstairs. Well, first they went upstairs to the bedroom where the body was supposed to be at. And upstairs, they did locate the upright freezer, the white one, but there was not a body inside the freezer.
Okay, so did you in fact also enter the upstairs bedroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you locate a freezer in the upstairs bedroom?
Yes, sir, we located it upstairs.
Describe how you, in the layout of the house, where you go to get to where you're talking about.
Okay. Once you go through the door downstairs, there's a living room, and on the back side of the living room.
To your left?
Yes.
Okay. Living room to your left?
Living room to your left as you go in. And then on the back side of the living room, it's all goes into a kitchen. And then you know, as you come through the door, there's steps that goes up to the upstairs.
Okay.
Once you go upstairs, to your right is a bathroom. Straight ahead is what was identified as Miss Finnegan's room. And then to your left, you had Mr. Sean Finnegan's room and Rebecca Dishman.
So you're describing Mr. Finnegan's room is on the front of the house, and that Miss Finnegan's room is on the back of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so eventually you make it in, when you say we are searching, how many people are assisting you in actually searching for items that you're looking for pursuant to search warrant?
Upstairs, it was me. There was Sergeant Brian Yook, and then you had Detective Kevin Craig, who's Sergeant Craig now. We were all upstairs. Miss Tonkin was up there as well, but she came later.
Okay. But you make it personally into the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And are there closets in the bedroom?
Yes, sir. There's a closet at the foot of the bed, of the bed.
You've described us going up the stairs and
Upstairs.
we take a left on the hall and we're going in through a door.
Going through the door,
Okay.
and then you got the master bedroom.
Okay.
And
Where's the closet? Orient us to that.
the closet would be once you go in, it's going to be on the east wall.
Okay.
And the head of the bed is going to be on the west wall. And so their feet would be, if you were laying in the bed, your feet would be toward the closet there,
Okay.
where the upright freezer was.
Do you recall when you entered the room whether or not the closet door was open or shut?
By the time I went up there, it was open because the SWAT team had already opened the door and made it safe, making sure that there was nobody hiding in there.
A person standing
Yes.
in there, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you in fact observe the refrigerator that was in the closet?
Yes, I did. I observed it and opened it up, and there was nobody in there. There was a pizza box, or there weren't no pizza box in.
Okay. Matter of fact, racks still in the freezer
Yes,
or
sir.
placed in the freezer? And there was a pizza?
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you recall?
I just recall the pizza.
But you have folks that take photos of those types of things
Yes, sir.
as part of this search?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing in the freezer? Was the freezer running?
The freezer was still plugged up, running.
Okay. What do you do next when you find that the information in your search warrant, you're looking in this freezer, that's what the warrant is telling you to do?
Yes, sir.
What do you do next?
Well, I just sat there for a minute, and because the house was just so immaculate, or it was pristine, everything was very organized. It was well kept, tidy, and I just looked around and just observed the room. And I turned around and I looked at the bed, and what was so odd to me was there was something protruding outside under the bed on the left side, and curious, so I knelt down, got beside the bed, lifted the cover up, and I seen this, it was like a gray light cover, and then I kept looking up under, and I touched it, put my hand up under there, and I said, oh man, that's cold. And it was a black plastic bag, and it was cold to the touch, and which was, kind of odd. Why would somebody put something up under the bed that's real cold when you got a freezer? And touched it, and I yelled out to the rest of the team. I said, I think I found her. Here she is.
And what'd you do next?
At that time, I got Sergeant Craig there. I relayed the information downstairs to my supervision and advised him that, I think we got the body here. At that time, we secured the place. It's a crime scene at such time. I told everybody to get back out so Sergeant Craig could come in and take photos of the house, the exterior of the house, interior of the house, and then make his way on upstairs to take photos of the room, and until he had his photos, and then once he got his photos, we lifted the mattress up on the bed.
So you preserved photos while the bed is still intact?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and go ahead and tell us what you observed when the mattress is pulled up.
And at that time, we pulled up the mattress, and there she was. There was partially, there was a naked woman with plastic bags covering her lower portion.
And the bag did not cover her top portion?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you see her face?
Yes, sir. You could see her face. Her face was exposed.
Okay. And her chest area as well?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And what position was she in, if you could describe it?
It looked like she was more like sort of in a fetal position, if I could.
And were you present when Officer Craig then processed the scene, so to speak?
At that time, no. At that time, Mr. Finnegan was taken into custody, and I have given him directions to the guys to certain items that we were looking for. Those were, of course, the Fireball whiskey bucket, which was outside on the front porch, and then there was choke chain, and then there was two dog chains that I was looking for as well.
Okay. Did you find and locate those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With padlocks?
Yes, sir. I didn't personally find those myself, but yes,
People
sir.
under the supervision of
No.
your search?
Yes, sir.
And that was documented and collected by the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How was Miss Frances Finnegan behaving during the incident, if you recall?
Miss Frances was Miss Frances was beside herself. She was fussing and arguing and being very argumentative and irate. She advised when we first went in there that all of this over some weed. But yes, eventually she had to be taken away from there as well.
Do you actually take part in the confiscation of items, or do you leave that to Sergeant Craig?
I left that to Sergeant Craig.
So he does all the wrapping and taking
And collecting,
documenting?
yes, sir. And he was my evidence tech on this case.
And so it's this team that assembled to collect all of this?
Yes, sir.
As part of the investigation, you were being assisted by other members of other agencies. You told us, the CTF and whatnot, but you were also looking for other investigative leads as well, in addition to speaking with Ms. Dishman?
Are you referencing my canvas afterwards? After
Referencing, do you make efforts to go and find out social media things and things like that, things of that nature, accounts and things like that? Did you discuss that with Ms. Dishman?
Yes, sir. That was discussed with Ms. Dishman, but which didn't really. We didn't get any extra leads off of it.
Right. But you looked at public records to find out addresses and things of that nature?
Oh,
To
public
actually
records.
To corroborate that Sean Finnegan even
There at that residence, yes, we actually,
All of that was done by your
yes,
department?
yes, sir, that was actually done.
I think you said that you felt the object, thought it was her body. Did you feel that the texture of it in terms of knowing whether or not, you said it was cold?
It was cold. I know it was a plastic bag.
Was it solid?
It was solid. I jumped up. It caught me by surprise. I mean, I wasn't expecting to find, that body up under there in that manner. I was startled, to say the least.
And when you looked down at her body, when the bed was finally removed, could you tell?
Yes, sir.
Was she intact?
She was intact, but there was her nose was missing.
That's
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you said you spent probably maybe 26 minutes, I think, interviewing Ms. Dishman, or
It's
something like
more
that?
36.
36, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And you were in the room with the other officer, I think, that just testified.
Lieutenant Hines.
And he mentioned to her that she was just kind of flat while she was talking to you guys. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. There was not much emotion at all.
Okay. But she was talkative. I mean, she spoke freely and was able to answer questions, and
Yes, sir. That's correct.
she spoke clearly to you, and you could understand her.
Yes, sir.
And her actions were appropriate when she was describing these things to you, except for the fact that she just was real flat and emotionless.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you would agree with me that this investigation came to be because she came in and reported it.
Yes, sir.
And so most of the information that we have that leads to the house whatever came from Rebecca Dishman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all, Judge.
Were you ready?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. You can step down. You're free to stand in court. We're free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Who's next?
Your Honor, please, it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay.
Please.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to take our afternoon break. We'll be about 20 minutes. So I appreciate y'all's concentration so far this afternoon. Everybody rise, please. Do you want to go ahead and address the photos now, or do you want to take a few minute break?
If I could take a few minutes, then we can come back and address the photos. And also, Judge, because he's going to be introducing a number of photos in addition to those and some physical objects, it would probably be a good time before the jury comes back in for us to take a while to bring in the envelopes or boxes of items. We have the freezer, and I'm not sure where you would like for us to put that before we identify it or anything like that.
So tell me what you want me to do if you want.
It's something that, for something like that, we could probably put over here. I don't know how well the jury can see things. If we just put them in that corner over next to them. But we just want to make sure that we're appropriate and we're not
Sure.
doing anything that looks untoward.
So you want to go ahead and move your boxes or whatever you've got in here now?
Into this room during the break.
And then when do you want me to review the photographs?
When we get back from a brief break, that's fine with the state, if that's okay with you.
Angie, how many photographs? Aren't there just two?
Well, there are two, I think, that are contention. I believe no objection to the rest of the photos that are essentially house tour and pictures of physical objects, but the body pictures, I've removed a number of them and have two indicating the position of the body.
Under the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Can I see those two?
Yes.
It's a standard objection, Judge.
Right. And I've not looked at them. And we'll get something on the record after I take a look at them. So I can see y'all back in here about 15 minutes. Would that give you enough time to load everything up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 15 minutes. And there are photographs of the victim under the slats of the bed or whatever. I've looked at both of them. I think one of them is less graphic than the other one. So I'm inclined to allow you to introduce this one. But if y'all want, you've still got an objection even to this one. Is that correct?
I'm objecting to both, Judge. I said the usual objection, I meant 403.
Sure.
I forgot that we hadn't already gotten a ruling on this, so I said the usual
No problem.
objection, but just for clarification.
We're good.
I object to both, but if we do one, that makes me happier than two.
I understand, okay. So you want to, noting your objection, I'm going to allow you to introduce this one, okay? And then I'm going to deny you the right to introduce this one.
Well, can I put on the record why we would
Sure.
like to?
Absolutely.
Again, it's showing the position where the officers are arriving and seeing, and it relates to her positioning there. We specifically picked those because face and mutilations are not as apparent on this.
Sure.
There were probably a dozen or more photos that I did exclude because we are not putting that information in gratuitously. We're putting it in through the ME with explanation of what this is, and not just here are graphic photos. So these are particularly pertinent for positioning, how people would have found it, what was involved and where she was, relative to all of the bed and the room itself.
And I understand that.
That's harder to see from one grid.
Well, this shows her position is back under, I don't know if that's the front of the bed or the back of the bed.
Well, that is part of the point on that one, Judge. You can't tell where that is relative to the rest of the bedroom on that. And again, the effort that was involved in getting it where it is, having the picture of where that is in the bedroom, when they're going to see pictures of what the bedroom looks like when it's made up, and the mattress and everything on top, and then be able to see that, to see where the body is, we feel like that gives more of an explanation of what happened than the other one less so. So if it's going to be one or the other, I would prefer the one that has a larger view, frankly, of the position.
I understand. I'm going to stick with what I said. Thank you.
So, make
This
sure
is
I
allowed. This is allowed.
Okay, that makes it easier for me to edit my
You want to go ahead
slides.
and make an offer of proof on that other one so that the appellate court can look at it if you want?
Did I just
Do you want to? The one I said no to? If you'll make an offer of proof so the appellate court can look at it and see if I was wrong. I can't do that.
I was just thinking,
Well, I need to make sure when I'm looking at this that I'm putting the right one to delete, and then I will have you mark this one for ID.
and we'll do that as you go.
Well, no, the one I'm not putting in, I'm going to have you mark it as ID, but I'm going to look at these and make sure that I delete the correct one from my slides before I hand this back to you
Oh,
for identification.
I got you, okay.
And y'all have asked the victim's family to,
We have Judge, we've explained to them what's going on.
very good. Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, I have a thumb drive. This is on here, we're going to be taking it from this. I can delete it from here. Yes, that's all I'm doing is deleting the disallowed photo now.
Satisfactory, then bring them in. I'll bring the jury in. Is that okay? Okay, bring them in. Everybody rise, please. I'm jealous you went salmon fishing.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Jealous.
We caught some beautiful trout, but we had to put them back. Rainbow trout.
That's right. Thank you. Have a seat. Record can reflect all our jurors have returned, and if I've not told you thank you today for your attention and working with me on this, I want to tell you thank you. I know it's a big sacrifice, but I think it's important, and I think it honors our country and our Constitution, and certainly honors the legal system that I've been involved with for a long time, and it means a lot to me. And so to see people like y'all take time out of your lives to be here and do justice for both parties here, I think that's a big deal. So thank you. I do appreciate it. All right, who's going to be our next witness?
Kevin Craig, Your Honor.
If y'all get to where you're running out of paper, just let me know and we'll get you some more. We got plenty. Okay. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both for me, please.
My name is Kevin Craig, Kevincraig.
And if you'll be sure and speak up so everybody can hear, that'd be a positive thing, all right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. General.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself and tell us what agency you work for?
My name's Kevin Craig, and I'm a sergeant with the Oak Ridge Police Department.
How long have you been with Oak Ridge?
Since 2009, but prior to that, I worked there in 2004 as well.
Where did you work then?
Excuse me?
Where did you work then?
In 2004, with Oak Ridge.
Okay.
2005 to 2009, I worked in Steamboat Springs, Colorado Police Department.
Okay. And what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm the sergeant over Investigations Division.
What were you doing back in August of 2020?
August of 2020, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Could you describe some of your duties as a detective in CID?
Investigate crimes. At that time, I was doing a lot of child abuse investigations. I'd also attended the National Forensics Academy in 2014, where I received 400 hours of training in crime scene investigations.
So as part of your training with crime scene investigations, some people are probably used to seeing CSI and things like that. Is that something you do, or you have a separate like CSI team to deploy to scenes?
The size of our department, we kind of wear many hats. So depending on the call or the case, we may be wearing the crime scene hat, or we may have the detective hat on.
So between August 5th and 6th of 2020, which hat would you say you had on for most of the events that occurred on those particular days?
The crime scene hat.
Okay. Could you describe to us how you became involved in an event that brought you into court today that happened between August 5th and August 6th, 2020?
Yeah, I was notified by my supervisors that we had a potential search warrant pending based on an investigation and a potential homicide case. I came in about 9:50 that evening. I wasn't needed on the onset. Kind of gave me a break from just getting off work to coming back and getting recalled, potentially working a crime scene all night. So I came back.
So what shift had you worked that day?
Day shift.
And what are the hours on that?
7 to 5, roughly.
So from about 5 to 9:20?
9:50.
9:50. Break.
Yes.
Feel refreshed?
I was ready to get in and help how I could.
All right. So you get the call, you're ready to go. What do you start doing when you get deployed?
We knew that we'd potentially have a search warrant for a residence, so we started getting a little kit together with different types of packaging, plastic paper bags, crime scene tape, make sure that the batteries on the camera were charged, and memory cards and all that were good to go. So just kind of getting a little kit together to make sure we had everything we needed while we were there.
Do you know beforehand exactly what you'll need?
Not exactly, no, ma'am.
But you have sort of the go-to things that you assembled.
Yes, and I believe at that point too, we'd also had mentioned that TBI was potentially coming in with their crime scene employees to help us.
So you say to help us. Could you describe how that operates? What is this team type approach?
We usually divvy up tasks. So in instance, this particular night, I was in charge of the photography and taking possession of whatever we collected and then turning it over into our evidence system.
And is that something that, again, you do with ORPD and TBI?
Correct, yes.
So that wasn't unusual this scene. That is something when TBI is called in, it's communicating and working together.
Correct, and a force multiplier where they have more numbers than we may have, and they can help us out when we need the extra hands.
So on this particular night, you've described that you've put together your sort of collection go kit. What happens after that?
We're kind of in standby mode until the search warrant is executed, and then on this case, the SWAT team made entry into the house and cleared it, make sure it was safe for us to go in and process. Once they cleared the residence, then we kind of started our process.
Could you describe how that worked?
Yes. Initially, we'll go in and do a scene survey, just kind of see the lay of the land, as you would say, see what we're dealing with. The next step after that would be photographing everything as it's found. And there's a process for that. When we do our photographs, we usually take a series of photographs, overalls, which gives you a general layout of the area that you're in, and it also lets you document like the condition of the area that you're in. And then once we locate items that are of evidentiary value, then we kind of move in and take a medium range photo, just to kind of give it an idea where it's located within that scene. And then if we need to, we can go in to do close-ups. It's more of for examination purposes. If I could give an example. For instance, if you had a fingerprint that you had developed, a close-up picture would be something that you would take to scale, with a macro lens, to where you had all the detail of that fingerprint, to where you could potentially make comparisons. That's an example.
Okay. And is that the process you followed on this particular event?
It is.
You also talked about the photographs, and you said you were also integral there in collecting items. Do you get information that helps you determine what has evidentiary value?
Yeah, it's a team approach, so obviously we're there working the scene. I didn't talk to anyone, any of the witnesses or suspects. So I was getting information from the other case agents that had conducted those interviews that were directing us to items that could be of interest or that were covered under the search warrant, the scope of the search warrant.
And for somebody who's experienced maybe watching TV or none at all, could you describe the process involved in collecting specific items of evidence on the scene?
In general terms?
In general terms, and then we'll talk about specific to this case.
Okay. Depending on the item, if it's what size it is, you're going to want to put it in a bag. If the item's wet, you don't want to put it in plastic because that can mold and degrade the integrity of like DNA evidence. If it's dry, or I'm sorry, if it is wet, we could potentially hang dry it or place it in a paper bag to where it's porous and lets it breathe. Once we collect an item, we'll write a description on the outside of the bag, what item number it is that coincides with a property report or property receipt that we fill out for all the items that we see. Then we seal the bag with evidence tape and initial and date the seals.
So what happens to that evidence once you remove it from a location?
It gets turned over to our property section. In this instance, there was a property evidence tech, you could say, on scene that it was turned directly over to them, and they booked it into our secure evidence locker system.
And is there a way to track things in the secure evidence locker system?
Yes, all the items are barcoded, and if anything is checked out or checked in, then it's scanned in or out, and there has to be a reason for why it's leaving or why it's being brought back.
And you discussed the evidence tape there. Could you describe how that's utilized in tracking, taking things in or out?
Yeah, it's to make sure nothing's been tampered with, or if it's checked out for a legitimate reason, like that needs further processing, then that seal, that item or bag is opened, and then it's resealed again, initials and date.
So initials of the person, the law enforcement officer who has directed this or receiving the item back.
Correct, or the lab if it gets sent to the lab.
Yeah, so you just talked about that, like if it requires additional processing or use of the lab. And what lab would that be that you would generally send items to?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigations.
And do they communicate to you when they have results or when items need to be picked up or sent to them? There's a standard operating procedure for that? There is, and they issue
an official report when they're done processing whatever we've asked them to process.
Okay. So on this particular, these dates in question, do you remember the date and an approximate time that you began actually processing this scene?
I believe the search warrant was executed after 4 a.m., closer to maybe 4:30. I want to say around 4:20-ish. So after the SWAT team made entry and secured the scene, then that's when we shifted into CSI mode.
Could you walk us through specifically like how you entered the house and your observations and perceptions that you had when you arrived on the scene to begin your processing of it?
Yeah, when we do our initial scene survey, obviously you're looking for any potential hazards, whether it be environmental or biological, kind of getting an idea of what items that we discussed earlier, packaging-wise, that we could potentially need. I myself kind of walk through the photography process of how I'm going to take the pictures. If there's any issues with that as far as like lighting goes, or and then once we do this scene survey, we have a pretty good idea of how we're going to move forward. Then we'll move to the photography stage where we're taking overall mid-ranges and potentially close-ups throughout the home or throughout the residence.
Now, when you started your walkthrough, and you talked about doing that, and then you start the documentation of it, when you walk through, is this before or after Ms. Paxton's body was discovered?
This was after the SWAT team had made the initial discovery.
So you're standing outside while there's the initial entry into the place, and the detective, the assigned detective goes in, and then you come into process after they've done their once over.
Yeah.
Sort of, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you've been notified of at least that particular evidentiary thing that they want to document of the location of Ms. Paxton.
Correct.
All right. And so, from your understanding, when you go to document that particular location, have items been disturbed, or is this, again, initially after their once over?
When I don't know if the SWAT team had moved things, when they did their safety sweep after making entry. But as I found it, that's how I document it.
Okay. And you said you took the photos. Have you reviewed photos that you took from this event?
I have.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these photos and have him walk us through this residence at 318 East Fairview.
Sure.
Did you find that the photos you took accurately reflected, to the extent photography can, the observations that you made during your investigation?
Yes.
And if you need to stand up, or we need to bring you a different chair so you can look over at that.
I think I'll be all right.
Okay. Can you describe what this is?
This is the exterior of the home, the main, what I would reference as the front entry-exit door. This would be a mid-range of the front entry-exit door. This is showing relation of the staircase to the entry-exit door. Front porch furniture. Again, front porch furniture. This would be a mid-range of this fireball container that had some burnt items in it. This is as I'm entering into the home.
So let me go back and ask you a question. So you did those as you approach, and then this patio furniture, fireball bucket, this is to your left, is that accurate?
Yes. This is the main living area from the front door. When I do my overalls, I take photos. I try and take photos from the four corners of the room, so that way we're getting the entire layout from four perspectives. And then I'll work my way across the room from each corner. It's another main living area from the front door. Again, same, just showing the items that were on the floor that weren't in frame from the previous photos. Again, from the front door of the main living area. Mid-range of, there was an axe or a hatchet propped up there next to the nightstand or the end table. This is from the opposite corner of the main living area, shooting back towards the main front entry-exit door. Just panned over to the right just a little bit to show the couch and some of the fireplace. This was dining room table and contents. This is from the third corner, shooting back towards the entry-exit door. From that same corner, focusing back towards the kitchen area. And just panning on to my left to make sure I had everything documented. This was a utility closet that's in the living room close to the TV. A water heater. And just some maintenance items. Showing the upper shelf area of the same closet. Moving on through the living room, heading towards the kitchen. This is what I would call a coat closet that they were using for storage. Again, just the items that were located within the coat closet. And the return air duct for the heat and air. This is from the living room, say kind of more into the dining room towards the kitchen. Again, getting the area of the kitchen. Kitchen countertop and sink. I would call that the rear entry exit door. Microwave, stove, refrigerator.
Just kind of turning around.
Yes, it's a small room, so I'm trying to document everything with this series of photos. You can't really go to an opposite corner in this size of a room. Contents of the refrigerator. Contents of the freezer. I was working my way, I was back basically standing at the front entry exit door, shooting up the staircase towards the second level. The top of the stairs, pretty much directly across, was the bathroom. This is down the hall from the bathroom, which is the door that's open in the right-hand side.
So if you're walking up the stairs, orient us of like which direction you're turning to the bathroom and go down the hallway and see the bedrooms.
At the top of the staircase, you're looking pretty much directly straight across at the bathroom, and then you would, if you turn 90 degrees to your left, then you've got a linen closet there with the black knob. Straight ahead would be bedroom, and to the left of that would be what I call the master bedroom.
It's just stepping down the hallway.
Correct.
Closer toward those bedrooms.
Here is from the hallway into the bathroom, shooting the contents that were on the vanity and commode. And then shooting towards the shower bath area. And then this was the linen closet that was just past the bathroom door on the same wall. Just documenting the contents on the shelves. This is standing from the hallway, looking into the master bedroom. Looking into the master bedroom from the doorway. I turn to the right slightly, I'd say about 45 degrees. And this is where the master bed and nightstands were. It's documenting what was found on the floor that wasn't in the previous frame. Again, moving, panning across the room from that corner, just trying to get everything into frame. Again, what's on the floor wasn't in the frame from the previous photo. And working my way back around to the left.
And what door is that we're seeing?
That door there is the closet door. And then the floor in front of the chest of drawers. Then again, the chest of drawers, and I believe that was like a mini fridge, so it wasn't plugged in. I'm just using it as more of a storage container. This is looking basically from the foot of the bed back towards the closet area. And there is a stand-up freezer in the closet. Just the bottom of the freezer that wasn't in the previous frame. And the contents of the freezer. Contents of the freezer. Thermometer gauge that was in the freezer.
Was your perspective of when you were taking pictures, was this freezer operational?
It was operational. Due to the time, and the front door was open a lot, so it's humid this time of year, so it fogged up a little bit. This is looking from the closet back towards the bed, so the freezer would have been directly behind me to get the perspective of the room from that corner. again, pan more to the right to show the door to the master bedroom. So the picture of the floor next to the bed and how the sheets were. And this was a photo of the footboard. Noted that the area rug, the nap on it had been depressed. It appeared that the bed had been recently moved or removed at some point from where it normally sits on the rug. And just the other side of the footboard. And noting some variation in where the footboard was located in relation to the condition of the carpet. Items on the nightstand. Like a medium range items on the nightstand. This is looking back across the bed from the area that nightstand's in. Again, panning to my left. Pan to my left again, back towards the closet and door area. Just reframed the same items. And I'm panning back towards my right. It's from the foot of the bed. Second overall photo of the nightstand, and then the sheets that's protruding from the underneath the bed. And then kind of more of a mid-range photo of that. Condition of the bed as found. And panning again to my right across the bed from this, I guess, would be the third corner I'm shooting from. So just getting the perspective from this corner back across the room.
Still panning to the right.
Correct. The contents that were on top of the nightstand. Again, the sheets coming from underneath the bed frame. Drop down a little bit lower so I could get a better perspective of what's in there. Noted the bed sheets and the black trash bag. Again, from floor level perspective. This was between the bed rail and the mattress support. And then here with the mattress removed off of the bed. Just a picture looking down through the bed rails and the mattress support. This was the mini fridge, the contents of it. It's a black courier style bag. Box of trash bags. Inside the courier bag was a section of chain and padlocks. That's the courier bag removed from, I will call it the mini fridge. And there was also a box for a key doorknob. And there's the box of trash bags removed from the mini fridge. This was the second bedroom. From the doorway, shooting in and panning to my right. Again, panning to the right. This is from to the right, as you enter the room to the right, shooting back towards the door in that corner. And then the closet and contents from that room. Another one of the contents of the closet. And contents. Nightstand. And the top of the nightstand. So after we did our initial scene photos, the way that we found it, and we talk with the other investigators. We determine items of evidentiary value. And once we do that, we'll go through and mark them with these tents or placards that are numbered. And then we photograph the items again. And this was the fireball container from the front porch. Some sheets, bedding. That was a choke or a pinch collar for a dog.
You can go ahead. We're just going to try to get this plugged in.
Can I get a bottle of water? Thank you. It's more of a medium range photo of that same choke or pinch collar. Some leashes that were hanging on the wall in the living room just before you enter into the kitchen. A pillow from the master bed. Pillows from the master bed. This is marking the trash bags, the door lock box, and the courier bag. This was a lock box or safe that was found underneath the bed. The freezer that was in the master closet. 14 is a phone that was found on top of the nightstand. 15, that's all right. 15 was another phone that was found in that top drawer in the nightstand. Just a mid-range of those phones. 16, I believe, was the duct tape that was found in the, I call it the coat closet downstairs. And then a mid-range one. These are the vehicles that were found on the property. It's another picture of the vehicle from all sides. Second vehicle was found on property. And all sides. This was another phone that was located inside the living room area in that bookshelf next to the sign there and the pill containers. A mid-range photo of it, and then another mid-range photo with the placard. This was the master closet after the freezer had been removed. This is the hallway looking from the master towards the second bedroom, the bathroom, staircase.
So this is essentially walking back out after.
So these are our exit photos. So after we release the scene, or as we're releasing the scene, we document what condition we left the residents in case there's any question or concern that something had been damaged or something that was missing, something that had been taken that wasn't on the property receipt. So these are all exit photos, just walking out. Yeah. You can note on the dog crate there were copies of the search warrant and the property receipt forms were left. And then again, the condition of the living room. Same from a different perspective. Bookshelf area. Fireplace. Living room / dining room. And then back towards the kitchen area. And then again, painting through the room just so that all items are are documented. Excuse me, back towards the front door. And then the kitchen area. Again, the kitchen, refrigerator, sink area from the opposite corner. Again, panning to my right. And back out of the kitchen. And then leaving the front door. That was a picture of the damage done to the front door. The door
You said
jamb.
damage done to the front doors. You believe that was when they made entry?
Yeah, when the team made entry on the execution of the search warrant. Just documenting the damage to the door jamb. This was a vehicle after it had been removed from the residence, and a subsequent search warrant was authored and executed.
Were you able to find the registration to the vehicle?
Yes, registration listed it registered to Sean Finnegan.
Did you find anything else of evidentiary value that you seized from that vehicle?
No, ma'am. And the second vehicle, again, removed from the scene of the residence, search warrant authored and executed.
And who is the registration for that vehicle?
Bobby Brown.
Was that registration valid at the time?
I believe not. 8/31/19 was the expiration date.
Back up, the registration is here. This is the Buick registration.
Yes, Buick. Expiration on it was 12/31/20.
So that was a valid registration.
Correct.
So in the course of that, you took some pictures, had several placards. You take all of that. In this investigation or any investigation, and sometimes things end up having evidentiary value and sometimes they don't. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Did you find anything that was interesting or evidentiary value
We
in, well, first of all, let me ask about the second bedroom, spare bedroom that appeared to be Ms. Finnegan's?
Francis, I believe.
Finnegan. Did you find anything in there that you had seized?
No,
as
ma'am.
evidence in this case? But you did say you found evidence in other rooms.
We did.
Could you walk us through some of those items that you found that we saw some pictures of?
There was the bedding, there was the box of trash bags, the box for the doorknob with lock, the freezer, the courier bag that had the chain and padlocks in it.
Now, you talked about the things that you seized and the way that you do that with baggies and different types, paper bags and plastic bags and different ways that you do that. But you didn't say anything about the remains of Ms. Paxton. Is that something that your department or the police department deals with, the removing of remains from a location?
No, the body of Miss Paxton would fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office.
So that is not something that you altered or sent away. That was something the medical examiner's office came and took care of, and
Correct.
you deal with other physical items.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, you did have several physical items that you seized and put those into evidence as you described, the evidence locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you removed those items and brought them to court?
I have.
I'm going to try to make this as efficient as possible and bring them over to you. We have brought them in advance. But while I'm getting that, if I could please move the pictures into evidence as state's collective exhibit. I believe that is number 17 or 18? 17.
So we're gonna do flash drive or?
I actually, have all of the physical photos. That way, if there's anything that anyone needs to use an individual photo, we can mark those individually without a separate sign.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what's the number of that exhibit?
17.
Thank you.
I can get some assistance getting this over there. We can make it more efficient when we walk back and forth. Thank you.
Hey, John.
If you just want to see right there, that's perfect. Could you identify this item, please?
This is a Samsung smartphone.
And was that an item that you seized from that scene and documented?
It is.
All right. If you would, please, if you want gloves, you can have them. And if you want to put a sticker on that, I'd appreciate it.
Just anywhere.
Yes. Your Honor, please, I'd like to move this in as State's Exhibit number 18.
Do I need to write that?
She'll write it. Do you need scissors? Or do you have a knife?
I have a knife.
All right. I'm going to give you this item that is included in an envelope. So note for the record that the previous item is in a clear plastic baggie, so it can be identified through the baggie without opening it. And this item is in a manila envelope.
This is a second Samsung smartphone.
And is that, you recognize that as an item that you seized from Mr. Finnegan's room?
Yes.
We can reassemble that, and we'll have that marked as State's Exhibit number 19.
Judge, I'll just move the bulky items away so that we
Another box. I've got, I think there's one in my chambers there. You can use that one, or maybe a receipt there, but you can throw the receipt away, but it's a small box. So we can bring that in.
Could you identify that item for us, how it's labeled and
Black plastic fragment and tape. And what was the second part?
if you could just identify what this item is and then open that up for us.
Could I have some gloves?
I'm sorry?
Gloves. Oh. This was turned over from the Knox County Regional Forensic Center.
Is that the medical examiner's office?
Yes. You mind?
Yeah, if you need to stand up and expand that, please do.
a black trash bag. How much do you want me to?
I think that gives an indication of what this is. And if you could display that for the jury, hold that up so people can see over here.
So put that back in the bag, if you don't mind.
We removed that in 620.
Give me the gloves again.
If you could identify the labeling on that envelope, please.
Gray sheet. Do you mind? Gray fitted sheet.
If we could hold that out. Soiling. You recognize the soiling on the sheet? It's
Yeah, it looks like.
soiling. Does this appear to be the sheet that was protruding from under the bed
Yes.
among those? I'd like to move that as State's Exhibit 21, please. Could you identify what is on that envelope, please?
It's listed as a second grade fitted sheet.
Does this also appear to be sheets that you seized from the bedroom on that night?
Yes.
Early that morning, excuse me. We move that as State's Exhibit number 22.
was
identify this item, please?
black plastic bag victim was in.
Could you describe the condition of that fragment of plastic?
It's a ripped portion of a full black trash bag, and it has two holes in it.
And is that substantially similar to how it was recovered from the scene?
It is.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 23. Identify this item, please.
Hefty trash bags.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 24. Could you identify this item, please?
New Hyper Tough door lock set.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 24. If you could please identify, it appears from the outset that has multiple items, is that correct?
It does have 4 items.
Could you describe the contents of this box, please?
Contains a choke chain, braided nylon leash, messenger bag, and a fireball container.
we'll go through each of these individually. The first bag that you.
This is labeled braided nylon, leash.
Indicates that we have a red and a pink leash.
Yes.
The state would move those down as collective exhibit number 27, 26.
And it is labeled 2 leashes.
And the bag is labeled 2 leashes.
Bag is labeled choke chain.
If you need to step down to retrieve that. State would move that in as State's Exhibit number 27, please.
Fireball container with burnt papers / ashes. You want me to open all the way up?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
See. State's Exhibit number 28.
messenger bag with chain and locks.
And there was another large item received. Did you seize the freezer?
We did.
And with some assistance, we can try to move that closer to the jury. If you could step down. Move this back slightly enough. If you could, sir, could you open that door for the jury and show the contents? Judge, jurors have permission if they cannot see it from here to stand up.
Everybody can see it? We're good.
Your Honor, please, for purposes of evidence storage, we would identify this as the freezer that was seized, but we're not moving it into evidence. We're going to let the pictures of it and as it appeared at the scene suffice for the evidentiary record, but we did want to give the jury the opportunity to see it as
I
demonstrative.
agree. Thank you.
Record, Your Honor, I believe that there is a picture of the freezer, multiple ones in collective exhibit number 17. So that's acceptable. We will count that. I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Did you say that you were there when the search warrant was served? When the SWAT team went in?
I was in the area. I wasn't at the
At the
door or at the
residence.
house.
Okay.
I was in the area, maybe out by the street.
Okay. Were you aware that there were two big dogs that lived there too?
I knew there were some animals there.
Okay. Okay. And, okay, that's it, Judge. That's all I have.
All right, and redirect. All right, thanks, sir. Step down. Free to stay in the court, we're free to go.
Excuse me.
You can go.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take your water with you. Thank you. Who's next?
Your Honor, that would be Tatiana Cochran with the TBI, who's also processing the scene.
And how long do you think that person will take?
Probably shorter than this one, but comparable because it is going through a scene processing. Fewer physical pictures and fewer physical exhibits, it would be. Well, no physical exhibits, all pictures.
This really isn't a democracy. It's kind of, I'm in charge, but do y'all want to hear another witness today, or do y'all want to head shaking yes? Okay. Take another witness then.
And we're happy to do that, Judge. Do you want to check, because it is a little lengthier one, if they want to break after that, if you may need a
Everybody
bathroom
okay?
break.
Okay, we're all good.
All right.
Superstars. Very good. Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll please state your name, first and last name, and spell them both for me, please.
My name is Tatiana Cochran, formerly known as Tatiana Smith, and my first name is spelled Tatiana, last name Cochran.
Thank you. Any questions from the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. That is a really good transition for me. You said formerly known as Tatiana Smith, so
Yes.
anything that you wrote your name on would probably be initial TS
Correct.
at that point, or any reports you did would have been Tatiana Smith at that point?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Can you tell us who you work for?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation
And how long have you been with TBI?
for about 6 years.
And what is your job title and job description there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit, and I'm also a team leader with the Violent Crime Response Team, or VCRT for short.
So what's the VCRT?
That is a team of forensic scientists that will go out to scenes to perform crime scene investigation. So that would be for the collection, documentation, and preservation of evidence.
And were you working in that capacity in August of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell me about the training and experience you had to be able to perform that particular job?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science, and I also went through an extensive training. It was a 6-week-long training with the TBI. Essentially, the training was going through practical and theoretical exercises of how to process a scene on various disciplines. At the end, I took a written examination to pass. Also, I had to process a mock crime scene and then have a mock trial.
Could you walk us through when you're called out to respond to a crime scene in general? What are the steps you take and the procedures you go through?
So in general, when we get called out, we assemble the team and then get the vehicle and then go straight to the scene, where at that point we meet with the agent in charge and then get a briefing of what allegedly happened, what are we looking for, and then start processing the scene.
So is that what happened on this event, that you received a briefing when you arrived on scene?
Yes, it was.
And does the information in that briefing affect how you perform your duties on any given scene?
That depends on the information. The information can help us identify what exactly are we looking for. For this particular scene, we were looking for blood, so that does change from scene to scene, what we're looking for and what we're testing for.
Now, could you walk us through, because again, a lot of people have seen CSI and some people are not watching TV at all, so people may have an idea or an expectation, and people may not know anything. So for all us lay folks, when you're going and looking for blood, how do you begin to approach that on a scene?
So first, processing the scene. When we get there, we need to photograph the scene as is before any processing is done. Once that was taken care of, then we move on to test for blood. So on the blood portion of it, we will first start with visual examination. So anything that we can see that may be blood, then we'll test it for it. There's a chemical color change test that we use at the scene called TMBP. And if that turns positive, at that point we will collect that sample with a wet and dry swab and then submit it for DNA analysis. If there is no visual staining that may be blood, or if we're looking for perhaps something that may be trace amounts of blood or cleaned up blood, we'll use another type of chemical called Blue Star. And that chemical, it's also a color change, but what it will happen is that if blood is present, then it will glow in the dark. So that way we will know where the stain is at, then we will further process with the TMBP, and if it turns positive, then we'll collect that sample and submit it for DNA analysis.
Now, you've talked a couple of times now about if something is blood. Does everything that you initially believe could be blood turn out to be blood?
No.
And so what do you do when you find something, either with the initial chemical or with the Blue Star, to make any determinations on whether that is a substance that could contain blood or DNA?
With the Blue Star, if it turns positive, not only blood, but other things can turn positive, we will follow up with another test, the TMBP. And then at that point, if it turns positive as well, then we'll collect it. If it does not turn positive, then we'll just document that it was negative and not collected.
So when you find something and you collect it, could you walk us through the process of how that works to collect these things that luminesce or test presumptively kind of positive for things?
If it's an item that we can easily pick up and submit the item itself, we'll do that. If not, then we'll swab it. We'll use a wet and dry swab to collect that stain, put it in a swab pack, seal it, and then submit it to the laboratory for testing.
Now, in this particular case, were you doing physical collection of evidence, or were you doing swabs?
A little bit of both. Most of what we collected was swabs. So once I test the swab and it's positive, then I will be the one putting it in the swab pack and sealing it, and that will be the collection itself.
And so is this something you consider a team approach, where you're working with the Oak Ridge officers who are also collecting evidence?
They process the scene first. When the VCRT team comes in, then we work as a team, but usually among ourselves.
Okay. So in this case, you did do a number of swabs and seal them up yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible to swab every single surface area of a location or a crime scene, and why or why not?
No, not really. A lot of things can turn, so we'll take a sampling of that stain and further process it. But unless we swab every little inch of a wall or floor or ceiling, it's not ideal to process every single thing. We do tend to cluster in areas, so if we're in one room of the house, we'll try to swab as much as we can.
Does every swab end up yielding results that show that it was positive for blood or other substance?
No.
Are there any drawbacks to using things like Blue Star and things? Do they have any effect on the evidence itself?
Yes, so Blue Star is great to localize an area that you cannot see with your naked eye. However, because it does contain water, it can also dilute that sample, and that won't be enough sample to go through the DNA process and actually obtain a result. The chemical itself is also known to start degrading the DNA, and then cause issues also obtaining a result.
On CSI and TV shows like that, they kind of make it look like if a crime happened at any time in the past and there was blood there at any point, that it's going to show up with these Blue Star with like black light techniques. Is it an infinite amount of time that if blood was there that would bioluminesce or give some presumptive indication, or would things affect that availability over time?
I wish it was like that, but no. It can last for a very long time and still react, but depending on the stain itself and if it got mixed with other things, it can start essentially damaging what we're trying to test in blood, and it may not trigger, and it may something that is very old as well. It's really dependent on the scenario and what that particular stain has been introduced to. What are the factors around it?
And would time be one of those factors that could adversely affect the availability of collecting that evidence?
Yes, because it would be introduced to more outside factors that could break down the activity of what's there.
Are you able to test for any and all substances? Some people, I've used CSI several times, but there's NCIS where they will put something into a Thingamatron 3000 and it will tell them where it was manufactured, what factory does it, all that. Is that how testing works when you're doing these things, that you can test for all known substances on the planet?
No, it's very specific of what we can test, and not only on the field, but in the laboratory as well. There is no machine that we can put one thing and gives us various different amounts of information. It's very specific to what we're looking for.
So here's an example. Do you collect hair?
Yes.
Is the TBI lab able to process and analyze hair samples?
No, we do not perform analysis on hairs.
Yeah, but it is something that is collected as processing of a scene if you have that there.
Yes, because that can still be sent to another laboratory that has the technology to perform analysis.
Okay. So on this scene, you talk about your processing of it, and we've heard from another officer about his process for documenting a scene. Could you walk us through how you document a scene that you're walking through and you're going to do your swabs and collection?
The first thing is to describe the outside of the scene. Our documentation is a combination of photographs and also handwritten notes. How the house looks. Is it a house? Is it a car? Is it an apartment? Doors, windows, are they open? Are they closed? Were there people inside the residence before us? What is the overall condition of the scene? And then we start narrowing down the areas in which we need to test based on the briefing of what allegedly happened. And at that point, we'll start documenting what we see. And once we start the testing, then it gets a little bit more narrowed down to this is the area I'm testing, this is the stain. We'll assign numbers called markers to each stain. And then if it's positive, we'll collect it. And if it's negative, we don't. Move on to the next one. And we also measure that if the whole house is in play, then we would measure the entire house, inside, outside. If there's very particular rooms that are involved, then we can do only the rooms themselves instead of the entire place.
If there were bleach or chemical agents, cleaning agents, is that information you want to know?
Yes, because Blue Star, that can react with bleach. So it does react a little bit differently. However, it does react. A positive is considered a positive. And then we would continue testing with the other testing.
And would use of those things like bleach affect the availability of actual biological evidence?
Yes, that would damage the DNA.
Okay, on this particular case, so you did your walkthrough, and did you document that with photographs?
I did.
Have you viewed those photographs from your examination and investigation into the house or this apartment at 318 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
With your permission, please, would like to publish those. Like to review. You take a number of swabs. Some of those swabs will end up yielding evidence, correct?
Correct.
And some of those swabs do not yield evidence.
That's correct.
And if you could narrate for us what's going on as you're giving us the tour of your processing of this crime scene.
Okay. So this is a photo of the outside from the street. It's a street view, so you can see the side of the house. Then a little bit further back to show not only the house itself, but the surrounding areas. That is closing in on the numbers of the residents and also the showing the overlapping image to show the front and also a little bit of the side view. That is zooming in on all the numbers, the house numbers of that property. And then this is just a back, so again, to now I'm at a different view. I'm parallel to the house. That is me zooming in, getting to the door. And then that shows on the outside, Oak Ridge PD had already started processing the scene, so they had their staging area on the porch. And then it also shows that the door was open and there was a stairs to the upstairs. That's just a higher elevation to show what's on the top. That is zooming in to show that the residence that I'm about to process is 318. And then at this point, I'm going into the house, so I start taking photos of my way in. And that's again the stairs before I actually make into the house. So this is the living room, and overall of the living room will be a series of pictures that is 4 corners. So I will take pictures of it I will actually stand on each corner of the room so that I can get a full 360 of what the room looks like. So that's just zooming in into that living room. This is me in a corner beside the fireplace and pointing at the entrance of the kitchen. Now I'm at the entrance of the kitchen with the picture outward. So it shows the entrance of the residence and also the stairs. There was a closet in the corner that was difficult to get from the other picture, so I took another picture just to show that there was a closet and stuff in front of the closet as well. And that's just the upper part of the closet. That's the other corner that I'm taking pictures from now. And that is just showing where I was standing before in the left side of the fireplace. And then just going around to make my 360 of the room. And that's just another picture of pointing down so that you can see what is also what I'm seeing my eye level, but also on the floor. And then the next pictures are going to be me going up the stairs. And that's just showing from floor to ceiling pictures. That is right at the top of the stairway. When I look to my left, this is what I see. There is a bedroom to the left, and then there is a bedroom straight up, and that's the one that has the door showing that it's open with a mattress halfway down. That room is not involved, so we did not go into it. We went to the room that was to the left, and that was pictures of me. Because of positioning, I couldn't take a full picture from floor to ceiling, so I took pictures of the floor, and then I'm going to move up and show the remaining of the room as I view it from the outside. That is me standing in front of the other bedroom with the mattress, just looking back at the stairway. And then this is me working into the bedroom now. I'm trying to take pictures of the walls on my way in. And then, again, it's showing everything that is on my way from that view. And that's the upper portion. I couldn't get everything in one picture. That's from the other corner, seeing what I see looking straight up at the bed. And then I go around. Now I'm in the other side of the bed and going around to show that view. And this is to show the entryway where we have the dresser, and there's also a mini fridge in there. And those are our supplies. After the briefing that we get, we do a walkthrough. So that is, we walk without taking any documentation yet. We're just trying to assess the scene. Are there anything that is in the way that we may kick and we need to collect it first? Are there any stains that we need to preserve before walking through the scene? So while we did a walkthrough, I went outside to start the overall photographs, and the team leader at the time started bringing our chemicals up to the bedroom so that we could start testing. So that's the view to the fridge that was in the closet. And that's just showing that there are other things in the closet as well. So now I'm just getting closer to it to take a better picture of the entirety of the fridge. And that marker was also already placed by Oak Ridge PD. So this is a picture of the inside of the fridge as is, so before any testing occurred. This is just a different angle showing the inside of the fridge. That is the tag, so that is something that we would call it identifier, so that if we need to find out, do we have the same fridge, what type of fridge is it, that's just information on the fridge itself, so we tend to take pictures of it. Then just showing the shelving, and this is more of a medium range, so now that we know that we're dealing with the fridge, and the fridge is open, we're now seeing stains that we want to show more or less where they're located from a medium view, if you will. Then we're going to start closing in on those stains. That's a hair that was on the arm of one of the arms of the fridge. That's just another better picture, more in focus. And then we're showing at the bottom that the next picture is going to be something that was at the bottom, so you know where it's coming from. And that's just showing that there's some staining at the bottom. There's a hair in that corner where it's very shiny.
And if there's anything that you feel like you need to point out, we have a pointer and you can step down.
If you want me to.
I can see the hair here.
Okay.
They may have issues if you want to. Where's the pointer? I'll provide this to you.
I saw some squinting on the other side. That telescopes.
So
It's not a laser pointer. You'll actually have to stand up. It telescopes.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to just go up there?
Go ahead.
So this is the hair in the shiny portion. So that hair was also collected as evidence. That is another hair. So we're dealing with possibly human, and there's also a dog at the scene. We're not sure what is a dog hair and human hair at this point. So we're just collecting whatever the hair is in case if they do want further testing on it. And this is another one, and you can see there's like very smaller, finer hairs, and then there's this long one over here, and then there's more up here. This is just showing a different view from more far. This is still the arms of...
If you could speak up when you're driving anything, because the microphone's over together and the court reporter.
So at this point, there's these are the arms of the shelving on the side of the door of the fridge. So you can see there's one here, one here, one here. So this is one of the shelvings that have, again, hairs all over. And that's just a close-up of the hairs that we could see. And some more hairs. And now we're getting to the staining. So this part over here is where we have the grill that goes like the actual shelving in the fridge, and the parts on the side of the fridge that holds the shelving in place. So this is where the stains are coming from. And that's just more staining. And then more over there. So there are various shelving that we're putting that has all on the same side that has these types of staining. So now we started marking these stains so that we could start testing. So these stains are very small. They're almost like needle-like point. So we circle, or I circle at this point, and assign those stains in this area here, 12, this area here, 13, and then over here, it takes all of this top, as you can see, goes all the way up here. This is all 10. And 11, if you're looking at the fridge, is going to be on the right side. And from afar, you can see these are the shelves that have the staining. As you can see, some over here. There's some over here as well, and here. This is all considered stain 11. And that's just to show how small some of the staining were. And then this is the bottom drawer, so this is to the left of it, and there's some staining that goes from the inside to the outside of the fridge. And here, there's some hairs here, but there's also some staining, very small, on the shelvings. And then here, it's just to show again a different view of the picture with those numbers, and also now 11, that is the staining on the right side of the fridge. 12, over here, this is one spot, this is a different spot. Over here, there's also a tiny little spot. So they're very small and spatter-like in some of this staining, and some are more like a smear. And that's how tiny it was. And all of these little ones over here too, this is all consistent with this type of stain. And down at the bottom as well, over here, here, and all these little dots over here. And that's just a close-up of the same dots. And that's just a different angle of that bottom drawer. And then now I'm coming out so you can see where the staining was, and then out to have a better idea of where it was located. And that's at the bottom. This is the drawer, and then this is pretty much coming outside. As you can see here, it's the outside and the bottom of the fridge. And there's hair, but there's also staining all around. Now on the right side on those shelvings there was a different picture with an angle that showed several different shelves. So these were also assigned different numbers. So this is 6, 7, 8, and 9 is the very last one. And that's a close-up of the stain number 6. And that's just a different angle because it was on the side and also on top. And then the overall, there's also more staining all around here, but this was the stain that was more concentrated and they look very consistent with each other. So in this case, I circled the heavier and the more staining present, and I chose that to be the area which I'm testing. And that's number 7. And again, if you can see here, there's some more staining aside from here, but this one looked heavier and more staining present, so that's the area that I chose to circle it and test it. And that's just a different view from the top. And then I'm coming out again to show all the staining together and also 9 at the bottom. And this is closing in on the 9th, so you have an idea of where the pictures of the staining are coming from. That was 8, some staining here, but again, I took this area here because it was heavier on the staining itself. And as you can see, there's like a little bit of like over here, and a lot of dots over here. They're a lot heavier than the other ones. And then 9, it's the last shelving. And for 9, I started processing it on this side over here, so that's the only actual area that I tested. And that's just a close-up of it. And then 10 is, so looking in the fridge, it's kind of like on the top. So this entire area here had smears and a lot of the smaller dots, and they were pretty heavy, so I called the entire consistent with one stain, and I called it 10. And that's just a little bit of a close-up. Just different angles. They were very small, so very difficult to see as well in the pictures. So the different lighting, we were trying to take it at different angles at this point to try to get those dots to really show up on the pictures. So this is showing what side is 11 in comparison with the entire fridge now. And then there's this staining up here, and then the ones that were down in the arms of the side of the fridge. And those are just like close-up of all of the stains to have a better idea and see how much or how heavy the staining was. So those are just different angles, just showing how some of them are a little bit more smeared as opposed to dotted. Now we're back to downstairs. So the kitchen is about right here, and this is that closet that I couldn't see on the other angles. So inside the closet it had a stain right there. So that stain got assigned a number, and then it was also further tested. And that's just a close-up of it. So now to the right of the fireplace, Some of these were already marked on the visual before we started doing the Blue Star. These were visible, so we started marking all of the areas in which we wanted to test without even introducing Blue Star to it. So we circled the stains, and then all the stains that were positive, we assigned a number so that we collect, and then the ones that were not positive, we X them out. So this is why there's an X here, an X there, and there's also an X down here. So those stains were not positive. And that's just showing me up close of that 16 stain. That's back to the door in the closet. That's an overall view of, again, of those same stains. That's just at a different angle, so it shows a little bit of a different lighting. And then those shoes were talked about that possibly could have been stepped on blood. We collected the shoes, however, we did not test it at the scene. So when there's items that we can easily collect and take it to the lab, we'll prefer to do that, because if anything happens during the testing, you have the item itself and you can retest it, as opposed to swabbing it, leaving it, and then you can't retest again if something goes wrong.
As part of your processing of a scene, do you check what items and put initials by the swabs you've collected? And is that part of the tracking system you do for the lab?
So typically when we're at a scene, we'll work as a team. So if I'm the one doing the testing and the swabbing, to not introduce contamination, somebody else will be writing them down. But we write down the time that something was collected and also who it was collected by. So at that time, because I was known as Tatiana Smith, my initials were TS. So everything that I tested will say that it was tested, either positive or negative, and then TS, and then the time. And something that I collected, it will follow the same way. So the area will be described, then the date, the time, and then by whom, and that will be TS.
And is that compiled in a report that also goes to the forensic scientist who's going to be actually processing and analyzing the information?
That is correct. The team leader will compose all of that together and then write up a report.
May I approach? For identification purposes, do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do.
Is that the report that you just described of the swabs have taken, who took them, and the processing?
That is correct. That's the crime scene report.
Submission of the items for testing?
Yes.
Additional testing. I'd like that marked as identification only right now.
I think it's going to be under 13.
It's identification 13. I pass this witness, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions, Judge. I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that completes our work for the day. You can leave your notepads in your chairs there. My understanding is that you have reservations for dinner at 6, so hopefully that'll be a pleasant experience for you. I don't know where you're going, so hope it's good for you. But I appreciate y'all's efforts today. We'll start back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning again, and I hope y'all have a good night's rest. Everybody rise, please. Y'all have a nice evening. Thank you. Have a seat.
With your permission, Your Honor, we'd like to remove the freezer and put that back into
Sure.
locked storage.
Is there anything we need to take care of or anticipate issues tomorrow or anything like that from the state?
No, I don't think so, Judge.
Anything from the defense?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, see y'all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Judge.